Grandpa's gun, okay? Nobody should question this narrative because he has put it all here. I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Okay, so that ends that exchange. Now, I have a couple of notes here that I put here at the end of day one as we worked in this correspondence, which all had to happen, let's call it 7 p.m. earliest, as I say here, which I want to be clear. The campus is 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours away from where Tyler and Lance live together. We have a map here to show you that. So he's just loitering until, like I said, earliest. He's signifying around like 7 p.m. that he's still very close to campus. That's a long day. That's a real long day, just waiting to see when you can go in there. And there's a manhunt, and he's chill. He's chill because he's changed his outfit. How do we know he changed his outfit? Because he made it very clear that he drops the clothes, his shooting clothes, right there. He got changed. He didn't have time to take the rifle that was in the that he put in the towel, but he did have time to change. That totally makes sense. And then for that reason, he had to leave the rifle with the prints on it. Okay. What's interesting about that, though, is like, we should recognize that curiously what they've removed from this indictment, again, relevant to the clothes, was the fact that, and the governor's going to say it, that we are told that he at first enters campus on this day at 8:07 a.m. TMZ shows us the footage, remember, of the man wearing a maroon t-shirt and shorts, how this day begins, that is walking through a neighborhood just outside of University grounds. Governor Cox has confirmed this is him. Not mentioned in the indictment. That's curious. He's very relevant. Surely, you guys should be mentioning that. The outfit. What did he do, by the way? From 8:07 a.m. when he walked onto campus to when he is then seen walking back onto campus at 11:51. That's about 4 hours. Something else the feds could release to dispel any conspiracy theories would be him walking back to his car. You're telling us he then goes back to campus and he's in a different outfit. Can we get him leaving campus? We know the place is covered with cameras. That would make me feel better if you showed us him leaving campus and then we see him coming back in a different outfit. Again, not clear why he couldn't just wear the outfit he was going to wear, since I would imagine you've got thousands and thousands of students that are wearing something as casual as a black t-shirt and blue jeans. I understand a need for a change if you're in, like, a sniper outfit, or if you're wearing, like, I don't know, a Barney costume. If you're showed up and you're wearing like a full Halloween costume, then yeah, maybe you should change. But this is just an average college kid outfit. This is just what you expect to see on campus. It's just what boys wear. Anyways, like I said, those would be my points from day one. The feds can release that. And also, I'm wondering, where did Tyler spend the night? Can they clarify that? He made it out of the rent and back there, and back to his home. I'm coming home soon. Would have been the wee hours of the morning. This would have been a good time, by the way, if you're really trying to get away with this, to tell your lover to delete the text messages. Just do that. I'm not going to tell him to delete the text messages on this night. Presumably he saw him. They didn't say he went home to his parents' house. So what happened overnight? When did he get home? He's been so thorough in describing that cleanup job. And by the way, we know that Discord is going to later say that those messages were not coordinated on their server, which I would say okay? Let's get into September 11th, because a lot happens here. And you are going to really see what I see here, and you need to demand answers, okay? So, on September 11th, we are presented with the first FBI press conference where they confirmed that they have found a weapon in the woods. Let's take a listen to a bit of that.
You've made it to the top 10.
This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon.
Now, I wouldn't say the shooter had fled, just based off of what he was just kind of lurking around waiting to go get his weapon back, okay? Like, for a long time, but whatever, let's go with that. Then what we have after that 7 a.m. press conference is that exclusively our guys, our resident guys over at the New York Post, every exclusive ever, Jeffrey Epstein's death pictures. Ghislaine Maxwell found at an In-N-Out. It's always the New York Post. Okay? I view them as a feds. Like, if I'm the feds and I'm trying to make this seem like this is organic, I wouldn't give it to the New York Post because we're in Utah. And so cops are probably not leaking to a New York-based publication. But whatever, they have the exclusive. They're the ones that reveal the photo. They always have the exclusive, okay? And they show us the gun in the shooting. Their article publishes at, and by the way, my timeline is all based in Mountain Time. So that says 11:21 a.m. Eastern. They publish at 9:21 a.m., 2 hours after that first press conference, and say exclusive. They are the ones that drop the trans narrative. They say these things are found on the bullets, okay? And then just 7 minutes later, the FBI, Salt Lake City, drops static images of the alleged shooter walking up the stairs, okay? So now we can see on our timeline, that's around 10 a.m. in the morning, Salt Lake City time, Mountain Time. So we can then assume that everything else that's about to happen that I'm going to tell you had to have happened, okay, between approximately 10:30 and 7 o'clock p.m., okay? I have a source, and everything the source has told me that has happened when we were lied to publicly has proven to be correct. So I am very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lance's family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're gonna go through this 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., all of the things that then took place. So they released the photo. And then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother who recognized Tyler and she phones him up. Tyler says, "Mom, I'm sick." She doesn't believe it. She loops in Dad, okay? Dad then texts and he calls Tyler. And at this point, we can jump back into day 2 of our messages because Robinson says, he says to Lance, "Delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle." He says, "Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle and it is very unique. He's calling me right now. I'm not answering." Okay, so apparently he did answer. According to the indictment, the dad says he didn't answer his text messages, but then the father called him and Tyler Robinson answered, and he tells us that Tyler was suicidal and that is when they just told him, like, calm down, let's speak to you. They bring over their neighbor sheriff friend and they agree that he should go in. Now, if he was in fact suicidal, you don't get that vibe from these messages to his lover, right? There's nothing in here that he's like, I can't believe what I've done. Now he slept. We don't know where. He seems to be perhaps on very little sleep. I would imagine he was. He just murdered someone. And he's not indicating in these messages that he's going through any sort of suicidal feelings. Instead, he sends this very odd thing about his dad, who says he's not answering. He writes, "Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty die-hard MAGA." There's something here for everyone if you want to take the low-hanging fruit and think of this as left versus right, right? So if you're like, on the right, you're like, I need to blame the left, and it's like, whoa, the trans thing is here. But if you're on the left and you need to blame the right, well, Dad was a die-hard MAGA. It's so fed. It's just so federally written. It's amazing. So chaos right here. Anyways, I guess maybe if you're suicidal, that's what you send. Dad's been pretty diehard MAGA. And then we don't know, again, when these messages took place, but it all had to happen in these 7 or 8 hours. He says, "I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors is here. He is deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love." He seems impassioned here. It doesn't seem suicidal. And then Lance comes back and says, "I'm much more worried about you." And Robinson says, "Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments because the feds want to let you know why it is that you're not taking comments." Right? They got to tell you. Because Tyler told him, duh. You're going, wow, if Lance is really not guilty and he hasn't done anything, this would be a good time to speak, right? No, Lance is not doing that because Tyler right here says, "Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. And if any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent." So that's how it happened. And I want to tell you that we can jump back into the timeline here. Our source informs us that it was around 7 o'clock p.m. when everybody locally began receiving the text messages that Tyler Robinson was in custody and that they were going to pick him up in Warner Valley. Now, Warner Valley is right next to St. George, so he lives very close to his parents, is what I want you to recognize. You've got St. George, you've got Warner Valley. So they said like that's where they went to go pick him up. That could very much be his parents' place. But what's really interesting about that, okay, if you consider that they are telling us at 7 p.m., that this is when all the messages started circulating, then we don't know why the feds say that it was the 33rd hour after the shooting. Total Freemason. 33rd hour after the shooting. It took us 33 hours. That would be inaccurate, okay? 33 hours would be at 9:23 p.m. Our person is telling us, and I tend to believe them, that everyone knew at 7 o'clock p.m., okay? And what they tell us took place thereafter, and this is what I confirmed with Lance's family, because I said, wait a second, you owned the house. When did they pick up Lance? When did Lance go in? When did the home that you own get raided by the feds? Did the home that you own get raided by the feds? And what that family is telling me, and what my source is telling me, it's matching, okay? So I'm feeling good about this. We'll say allegedly, but I'm feeling good about this, okay? So Tyler is allegedly in custody, and they are told, don't say, don't speak, don't do anything. The feds, you have to wait for the feds to get there to question Tyler. And that didn't happen until the wee hours of the morning. How do we know? Because we're going to hear that from Governor Cox the following morning. Anyways, but apparently what happens is then they bring Lance in. At 11 p.m.-ish, we'll tell you around 11 p.m., Lance Twiggs is brought in for questioning, okay? And shortly thereafter, that apartment is raided. And I say overnight into the wee hours of the morning is when they first raid Tyler and Lance's apartment. Now, why am I really stressing this out to you? I'm stressing this point to you here. Because this would signal to you that it would be absolute BS if the feds are going to tell us bright and early the next morning that the case is closed. They would know nothing. According to Lance's family, this is when they seized his electronics. They say that he's deep on the internet web, that there's definitely going to be something there. And yet they told us that, quite oddly, Lance gets released right back to his parents. Right, not right back. Lance just gets released to his parents while they're raiding his apartment. Why would they release Lance?
Contract aborted. Snap to it next time.
Wouldn't you think that you would be detained like for at least 24 hours, right? If we're putting this at around 11 p.m.-ish, that they have brought him in and they are questioning him and they are now moving to raid his apartment in the wee hours of the morning, why would they very quickly release him? And beyond that, I'm going to let you know, let's jump into Friday on the timeline. Like I said, early hours, Tyler and Lance have their apartment raided and the devices seized. For whatever reason, the FBI quickly releases Lance, and I'm told that he is dropped off at his parents' home, allegedly. And then it's at 6 a.m. that President Trump announces with a high degree of certainty that they have the suspect, okay? So are they still raiding his place? I don't know. Let's take a listen to Trump on Fox and Friends.
Any updates?
Yeah, can I only say, I think, just to protect us all, so Fox doesn't get sued, and we all don't get sued, and everything else, but I think there's a high degree of certainty we have him in custody, okay? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job.
Here is what the governor is then. 2 hours later is when his press conference began. I'm going to do the short clip. Okay, let's play actually a little bit of the long clip, Skylar. I'll tell you when to come out of it. It's a 6-minute long clip, and you should just go back and watch it in its entirety. He's going to make it seem like, you know, Lance doesn't even exist, but let's start it off and listen to a minute of this, and then I'll give the synopsis.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. A family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage of UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images.
Okay, stop. That's actually a perfect place to stop right there. My source says he's lying.
Enemy dropping into the
I don't like
AR.
Governor Cox. Vibes. Okay, vibes. I don't know, can't explain it. I'm getting tons of people that are messaging me telling me he's corrupt, that he forced himself onto the ballot, that he wasn't even supposed to be the governor. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. I just don't like him. Every time we find an inconsistency, I actually find him to be the mouthpiece of it, okay? So he is representing, and my source says falsely, that they picked up Tyler Robinson. And by the way, it makes perfect sense that my source is saying that that's not accurate. In the same outfits that we just showed you, okay, of the maroon thing that happens at 8 o'clock. We don't know what he was doing for 4 hours on campus, but he's telling us that for 33 hours, he decided that he was going to keep the outfit on. Now remember, I told you Tyler Robinson's classmate reached out, and they insisted that this was an incredibly odd thing because he was very tidy. He was very clean, and they said that's the first thing that they went, that just sounds weird. He was a very tidy dude. Now I'm telling you that my source is saying he wasn't wearing that outfit when he got picked up. He wasn't wearing that outfit when he was brought to the office. If I have this wrong, this would be a very easy thing. Okay, surely they're gonna have photos. They've got something for them to release. It's like, yeah, no, we totally got him. I want to be clear. If you are in the police station and you want to reach out and let me know more, tips@candacearms.com, because I'm struck by this. This is what we should be hyper-focusing on. He kind of wraps it up and says he was wearing the same outfit. And that always sounded dumb to us. Why would you not take a shower in 33 hours, okay? That doesn't make any sense to anybody whatsoever. And people are saying that fact is untrue, okay? Now, if that is untrue, let's first show you how he wraps this up. We might show you a portion of what he said again because we wanted to compress his 6-minute clip, but like listen to how he wraps up this conference too because it's relevant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history.
He says closure. We got him. They already start in that he starts talking about the messages. He starts filling in the blanks. He said he had it. He put it in a towel. We have messages. It's all over. We found it on Discord. Discord is going to say that's not true. So who made up these messages? When were these messages made up? Is the question. If Discord says they don't exist, this signals to me that these messages were just created, right? And I'm further feeling that way because there's no timestamp. Again, I want to be proven wrong. I don't like this at all. And we got him. It's over, and we can turn the page with finality. Would you, if you were an honest governor and you knew that only, again, ish 4 hours earlier? How long does it take to raid a home? I don't know, is it quick? Is it like a 10-minute thing? It feels like it'd be a long thing to grab the devices. If you knew that you had not even begun going through those devices, how would you say that we can close this chapter? How would you say we can close this chapter? I would have said, honestly, and he does not, we raided his home and we are looking for more information. We think that there's going to be a lot more information, but we wanted to let you know that we at least have one person that we feel is definitely involved. That's not what he says. He says it's over, it's done, wrap it up. We're not gonna even tell you the fact that we just raided this place a couple of hours ago. And the person whose place we raided, who is the one that the family says is super internet, we just kind of released, but we're not interested in that. What are we to discern from all of this? I'll tell you my take on this. I think the person in the maroon that's walking is different from the person that's walking up the stairs. It's a gut thing, okay? I don't know, no, but I know. Okay? I don't know, no, but I know. It makes sense in the timeline of George Zinn, the decoy boy, that we've got other people that are doing different things, and it is, they do not want us to prod the narrative about the person in maroon. Doesn't make sense. They can't tell us. He said he planned this for weeks, so I'm going to assume if he planned it for weeks, that he didn't go to campus earlier because he wanted to scope things out. He would have done that. He would have obviously been able to do that already because he's been planning this for a week. He knew when Charlie was speaking. Right? Make it make sense. It's very easy to debunk me. Very easy. You should have footage of him in that Dodge Challenger just waiting and salivating. He kept checking. He said, oh, here I am, right here, just waiting to get that rifle back. I'm waiting to get that rifle back. Where's the footage? You were on a manhunt. Where is the footage? Surely during a manhunt you use drones. I feel like we are tech capable enough that during a manhunt, after a murderer of a college student decides to take out Charlie Kirk, who has been a friend of the feds, right? Probably not a good idea to be friends with these people, but whatever, he's been a friend of the feds. Surely this is a big issue. And to put to rest in conspiracies, you're gonna show us that drone footage, and we're gonna see the Dodge Challenger just sitting there for hours and hours and hours. We're maybe even gonna be able to, because I'm sure at that point, like, cops maybe set up some barricades, throwing them out, and then he decides he's going to leave. Show us the footage. Like I said, every inch of that campus is covered, so we should be able to see he's wearing maroon, and you're telling us that he went back to his car and he changed. Show us the campus before he returned back to campus around 11:30. Just show us the footage. You know why? Because I need to be that's okay with me. I would discern that we are looking, just vibe again, two different people would be my thing. Two different people. One of those people is definitely, individuals is definitely being protected. And separately, we can definitely make out that for whatever reason, Lance is being protected. There's no way you release that guy, okay? There's no way you release that guy immediately. There's no way that you intentionally purge him out of these messages, okay? The excuse, he's being cooperative, doesn't work. You can be cooperative while you're still being detained. At least 24 hours before you would say, I felt good to clear him as a suspect, especially when you haven't even raided his home yet. They released him instantly and they said, job done. So I would like more information about Lance Twiggs. Okay, I already don't like that mom received a Bachelor of Science from Stanford University in psychology. It seems to be a running theme in these Fed ops that there's always psychology somewhere in the family. And I want to be very clear, I'm not saying his mom has anything to do with anything, but I am saying that I feel this kid, for some reason, some unknown reason, is being protected. And I'm not the only one. His family feels that way, okay? His family thinks it's odd. Like I said yesterday, I spoke to them today, I spoke to them yesterday. They think it's odd that the feds moved on from him so quickly and that the feds were being dishonest, and they felt about everything when they first came out with information. So why are we all feeling that way? We absolutely
Welcome to eFortuneMall.com, the future of online shopping and business growth.
I'm going to show you some stuff.
We're excited to introduce the eFortune Mall Partnership Program, an opportunity designed for entrepreneurs, service providers, and businesses of all sizes to expand their reach, connect with more customers, and grow like never before.
Because of Bibi Netanyahu coming out
eFortune Mall isn't just an online store.
Some important
it's a full
things that
marketplace
said,
built for today's economy. From physical products to digital services, eFortune Mall gives every partner a professional storefront, tools to manage sales, and access to a growing community of buyers who are looking for trusted businesses like yours. Here's why. Become a store owner with eFortune Mall is a game changer.
We pay tribute to Charlie Kirk, and we celebrate the tremendous good he did in his life. Charlie courageously advocated for the sacred principles of freedom, constructive discourse, truth, family values, and common sense. He taught with humor and wisdom, and backed up his beliefs with data and facts. He set a powerful example of reaching out and talking to those who disagreed with him. We mourn his passing, but what he taught us continues to resonate with even more power.
A message from
Enemies
all
are dropping
of us
into
at
the area.
Riverbend
Watch
Ranch.
the skies. We're headed to the war
Also want to
zone.
remind you guys of
Get geared
Beekeeper's
up.
Natural,
Stand
because
by.
as a mom of 4 young kids, like it's constantly on the move, there's school drop-offs, work, travel, play dates, and let's be honest, germs are everywhere. That's why I'm so thankful for Beekeeper's Naturals and their amazing propolis throat spray. If you haven't heard of propolis, it's this natural immune-supporting substance that bees make to protect their hives. It's like nature's own shield, packed with antioxidants and over 300 artificial compounds used for centuries to help support immunity, to soothe stuffed throats, and to keep you feeling your best. I use propolis throat spray, especially during travel or school season. It's clean, natural. It is free from all the junk that you cannot pronounce. There's no dyes, no chemicals, and no fake sugars. Beekeeper's Naturals recently launched a kid-friendly version of their nasal spray. The mist is super soft and breathable, so kids will actually use it. So whether you're a busy parent or just want to support your immune system in a natural way, this is a game changer. Today, Beekeeper's Naturals is offering you an exclusive offer. So go to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candace or enter code Candace to get 20% off your order. Beekeeper's Naturals products are also available at Target, Whole Foods, Amazon, CVS, and Walgreens. Naturals.com/Candace. Enter code Candace at checkout. And also telling you guys about Just Thrive, because as we know, the biggest health secrets that they don't tell you about is that everything starts in your gut. Every day your gut is fighting the silent war against processed foods, work stress, toxins in the air that you're breathing. When your gut is in trouble, your whole body feels it. Most probiotics do not work. 99% of the traditional brands die in your stomach acid before they even reach your gut. That's what makes Just Thrive's spore-based probiotic completely different. Just Thrive is the only probiotic that is clinically proven to arrive 100% alive in your gut. It does something that no other probiotic can. It turns your gut into an antioxidant factory, creating protective compounds exactly where you need them most. That means better digestion, healthy immunity, more energy, and easy weight management. You can take Just Thrive probiotic in the form of a capsule or berry-flavored gummy. From their award-winning probiotic to their full line of gut, immune, and brain health supplements, Just Thrive has been fighting to make Americans healthy again with science-backed solutions that you can trust. To join the gut health revolution today, visit justthrivehealth.com and save 20% with promo code Candace. See the difference for yourself and you'll get a full product refund, no questions asked. Just Thrive. Again, that's justthrivehealth.com, promo code Candace. What do you guys think about that? What I just said to you? I think these are two different people. And I'm further believing that because I think it's weird that they won't even release the footage, this grainy footage of the guy walking up the stairs. Why do we have one static image of that? Does that make any sense to you? Why? Why are they all static images? Release the video. When I had first looked at this video and then they said it was, I was like, that doesn't look like the same person, like ish. But like, no. And that feels intentionally grainy. You could release clearer footage. You know you can release clearer footage. So do it. Because we're not going to let it go. I now believe there is a federal level of corruption and conspiracy involved in this murder, okay? From George Zinn to Lance Twiggs, the unanswered questions. We're like, what was he doing at home? What does he do for a living? What was... Did they see each other that night? Why are we doctoring their messages? Why can't I read Lance's messages? He being so forthcoming. Why can't I read how he replied and at what time these messages were sent? Okay? There are too many things the feds can easily do to dissuade us, okay? And they're not doing any of it. They're just doing that thing. They're just like, are we still talking about it? No, now they're actually doing the like, this is inappropriate. Charlie's funeral's coming up. Stop yourselves right now, okay? Stop. This is exactly... No, oh, you're inappropriate. No, you know what was inappropriate? Charlie Kirk getting shot. While we all had to watch that, we are all suffering PTSD and the lack of answers that we are getting from the feds. That is the only thing here that is happening that is inappropriate. I want to be very clear. Actually, not the only thing. Bibi Netanyahu trying to spin this into, he's my good friend, I just invited him. Well, Tucker Carlson completely shredded that narrative. I don't like to be live so quickly. It doesn't make me comfortable. I don't like it, okay? And he just went live yesterday. He also brought in Megyn Kelly and other people, and he spoke about what Charlie was going through because he saw him very shortly for his everybody what it was exactly that was on Charlie Kirk's mind.
Shocked and sickened by the reaction of the ghoulish
Friendly
and really
loadout drops on
repulsive
the way.
reaction of Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to Charlie's death. Basically made it all about him and all about his country. Immediately trying
Enemies are
to
dropping into the area. Watch
take the
skies.
energy, the sadness, the grief that people felt over Charlie's murder, and redirect it towards support for By the way, Benjamin Netanyahu is not the same as the nation of Israel at all. Bibi is despised by many people in
Marking the
Israel.
rest of that squad on your tag
That's
map.
true.
Get
There
hunted.
are huge divisions within the Israeli government. I mean, there are certain parts of the intel world in Israel that do not support some things that Benjamin Netanyahu has done recently. So it's not the same as attacking Israel, attacking Bibi. But I don't think I've ever seen anything lower than his attempt to hijack Charlie's memory and use it for his own political ends, particularly because what he said was completely untrue. Charlie didn't hate Jews. He loved Jews. His friends were Jews. He loved the state of Israel. He loved
Your
going
squad
there.
mate is marked
He did
as the
not
most
like Bibi
wanted
Netanyahu, and he
target.
said that to me many
Kill
times. He
enemies
said to
and
people
secure
around
supply
him.
caches
many
to help
times.
remove the bounty
He
on
felt
their
that
head.
Bibi Netanyahu was
Enemies
a
dropping into the
very
AR.
destructive force. He was appalled by the
Target
killing
down.
in
Marking the
Gaza.
rest of them.
He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country, and that it was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it. He didn't hate Netanyahu. He wasn't out there with a placard saying that, but he certainly expressed that to me and a lot of other people. And there's no question that Bibi's defenders on the internet will call me a liar or a kook, but that's a fact. Text messages
Your
exist
squad
that I
mate
think
survived. Contract
can probably be
complete.
verified in pretty short order. Not that it needs to be.
Enemy
because that is
destroyed.
true.
Use your tag map to hunt down the rest
Shortly
of them.
after that speech, there was a very
Enemy
intense
soldier
attack.
incoming.
Somebody sent me up. I noticed. But on him, I have no donors. He had $100
Your
million.
squad made it to the safe zone.
He got me.
Gas is inbound.
Which is what I
Still
do.
confirmed.
He was dependent to a great extent on his donors, of course. It's a nonprofit. And they went after him and tormented him. Not all, of course, many were supportive, but the ones who were offended by my speech, and there was a small, very intense group who were, tormented Charlie Kirk until the day he died. 2 days before he died, he lost a $2 million donation because he had publicly pledged to bring me to the next Turning Point conference in December. And he told me over the past couple of months he was losing a lot of donations over that pledge. They put out a flyer basically saying that I was going to be at this event for my speech. And so he would text me and say, man, I'm really taking a lot of heat for this, and people get really mad. The American Jewish Committee called in a statement Charlie Kirk an anti-Semite and, quote, dangerous. Charlie Kirk, an anti-Semite. He was not an anti-Semite. He was the opposite. And he was not dangerous. He was a great lover of people and a purveyor of peace. He was the opposite. And he was very stung by that. And those of us who've been called names for a long time are a little bit harder to offend. Charlie was deeply offended by that and expressed some of those feelings on the Megyn Kelly show and in other places. But that did not let up. The reason I'm telling this story is because he called me and then came to see me at my house about this topic. And I said to him every single time,
Watch the sky.
my own way to communicate my views. This is actually not the most important issue to me. There are lots of things I can talk about. Don't need to come to Turning Point. I can take a year off, no problem. I hated the hassle he was getting from people, and I was being attacked too. By the way, it was a huge effort. I'm fully aware of it actually, because I don't go online that much. But there was a huge effort by people, some of whom I know and have helped, like Seth Dillon at the Babylon Bee, for example. Someone who had his own problems with free speech, who was famously canceled. And I like Seth Dillon. I had him on a couple of times. I had dinner with him to show support. Seth Dillon was out there demanding that Charlie Kirk take me off the roster, pull me off stage, because I had said things that Bibi didn't like, or he didn't like, or whatever. Shocking that someone whose whole persona is wrapped up in the idea that we all get to speak, and if you don't like it, make a more compelling case, that person and many others like him were advocating for me getting pulled off the stage because they don't like what I'm saying. This is a trend, and one that we should be really concerned about. It's not just about Israel, by the way, at all. The trend is really simple. People with power don't want to hear disagreement. They don't want to be challenged, ever. That's why we have free speech. We acknowledge that even those of us People with less power still have a right to talk because they're human beings. You don't own them. So time after time, Charlie would call me or come to see me and let me know, wow, or show me text messages. People are really mad that you're speaking. And I would always have the same thought, like, I feel pretty moderate, actually. I've never been an Israel hater. Obviously, I'm not an anti-Semite. I just don't want more wars, and I don't want a foreign country humiliating my country and telling us what our laws have to be. I mean, this seems like pretty basic America First stuff, and he would say, I totally agree with you, but they want you off the stage. And I would always say, no problem. And he would say, no, it's important. It's a matter of principle. I want you to be there. Great. By the way, I'm not accusing anyone of being involved in that murder. I'm not trying to mutter darkly or imply anything. There's a lot we don't know about who murdered Charlie and why, but I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. But I think it's important to say that out loud because it's a fact, and there are many liars out there trying, Bibi Netanyahu, number one among them, shamefully, who are trying to distort the truth, a truth that I know and can prove.
What I want to add here is that it takes a truly demonic spirit, right, to be a part of the people that were swarming, pressuring, threatening, intimidating Charlie, to then flip in 1 second after he dies and say, pretend it never happened, like they were just great friends. That's weird to me. It's very weird to me. We wouldn't be here if they didn't do that. They could have said anything, by the way, like, Josh, Hammer, I know how you were messaging him. Like, release the messages, buddy. Just release all of your threads with Charlie in the 48 hours leading up to his death, okay? Let people see it. They did it at first regarding me last year. They insisted, and I said, Charlie, I couldn't even come up for air. I said, Charlie, don't even think about it. I don't even care. Don't even fight your donors. Just let them think they won, because I got to rebuild my entire life. I was just publicly fired. You know what I mean? Like, this is not, you're good. Like, you are so good. I couldn't even care about this less. Like, you're a brother to me. Do what you have to do to survive, okay? And then he just saw them moving into it. It wasn't just Candace. They wanted Tucker. You know, Tucker. And then Charlie realized which way the wind was blowing, because it's never enough. It's never enough with them, okay? They want to be the authority on speech, and it is reality that those very same people who were pressuring him and threatening him and intimidating him and calling him an anti-Semite and calling him, telling him he was hosting anti-Semitism, then became the fastest people to try to eulogize him and to say, look no further, he effectively died for Bibi Netanyahu. It's wrong, and we have to stand up to that narrative. Matt Gaetz jumped into the ring and basically just doubled down on what Tucker Carlson said. He tweeted this. I have personal knowledge as to many of the claims Tucker is making here. They are 100% true. Yes, they were behaving like demons. There's just no question. It's very weird when a demon then pretends that they weren't being demonic. You could be chill. You could have transformed it after Charlie was assassinated. You could have said, wow, my last correspondence with him was I was upset about something, and now I realize that life is so short and fragile, and it's really not worth it to skirmish with one another. Like, I really regret my last correspondence. And then I would have been like, okay, that was really authentic and real. Instead, they were like, we had a wonderful time. I just wasn't, what? Oh, love Charlie. Just loved him so much. Something is weird about that. Spiritually, it's evil. That's what it is, it's evil. And in case you needed another person to tell you that he was...
When it came time to take things to the next level, I knew that I had to make a website, and Wix was perfect for that. I'm Josh Harmon. I'm a musician, I'm a content creator, and I'm a sound effects artist. I wanted to create videos as universal as possible that had no language in them so that anyone could enjoy them, and that was how I came up with the idea to do sound effects. I took our tunes and I used my drum set and the instruments, and I recreated all the sound effects to the scene where they're cooking up some soup. From the moment I uploaded this video, I could just feel that something was a little bit different. It was insane. I was 25 million views on Instagram. I really didn't know what to do, and it was my grandma. She just turned 99. She said, you've got a good idea. Now's the time to focus and just keep doing it. Now I have over 20 million followers across my social media channels, and each of my videos gets millions of views. As my brand continues to grow, creating a website, it's the natural next step. And so I made a website on Wix. I wanted the website to really represent me and my entire brand, and it perfectly matched the tone that I was trying to get, which is playful, yet professional. When the website came together, I had a similar feeling to how I feel when I've gotten that perfect take on one of my videos. I had a big smile on my face, and I just was like, oh my God, this is perfect.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Nobody else there, and this kid just, I guess, after having a life where he didn't bother anybody, just woke up one day and chose violence, and then decided to explain every layer of what he had done that day via text messages. I want to be able to look people in the eye honestly and say that, so I want to see all this footage. So I am working to get to the bottom of it. Okay, I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories floating in about the security guard and people thinking he was making gestures. I know that security person. He's a good guy. It would shock me. I usually get a vibe about somebody. Not that guy. Not the guy that they say he's like rolling up. He tends to do that, roll up his sleeves. I don't buy that one. Okay, I don't buy that one. And but here's the thing. That's my gut. My gut has led me in the right way. And I want you guys to know that once I look at all the footage from every angle, if I'm putting in this formal request and they said they would speak to the lawyers, I think the world will trust me to say there was no funny business and this is exactly what happened. So I've put in that request and I want you guys to know that. And I mean business. I'm getting to the bottom of this. And lastly, I want to say to this like new flex operation mocking pastor, regarding which, by the way, the first time they went after Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, a source told me, and I would love to get this confirmed, I'm going to find this out, that $150 million was spent on that, and it came from Bibi Netanyahu. I would like to figure out if that's true. But anyways, obviously investigating this, and I'm not going to let it go, okay? You're not going to emotionally use some jujitsu, and I'm referring here to Roy or Rob McCoy, who says, I'm Charlie's pastor, and here's the truth, or whatever it is, to look the other way right now, okay? You're not going to tell me that I have to feel too bad to investigate who shot my friend in front of my face. So stop the nonsense. This is what Charlie's pastor passed around to all of the people that were intimidating Charlie leading up to his death. It's funny that Charlie's pastor couldn't find his voice when Bibi Netanyahu was lying about Charlie. Here's pastor, you know what he's saying are lies. No, he didn't find his voice saying anything about Bibi Netanyahu. Candace investigating things? Yeah, that's gotta stop. Here's what he wrote, okay? What's his name? Rob McCoy. He wrote, Charlie Kirk was my friend and I was his pastor. I want to simply say this regarding Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk was a friend to Candace and never publicly spoke poorly of her, though he disagreed with her. He never operated nor entertained gossip or innuendo concerning Candace. My only comment I offer regarding Candace is this. I only wish at this tragic time of mourning, she would be the friend to Charlie Kirk that he was to her. He would never have treated Candace or her family in such a way had God forbid this tragedy been hers. A friend loves at all times. And he drops a biblical proverb. Now, let me say this, okay? I hope that Charlie would have been his friend. He would have never. Why wouldn't Charlie Kirk have investigated if I had been killed and we were being so obviously lied to? I think you're wrong. I think Charlie was a real friend. He would not have dropped it. He would not have let it go. Least of all, because he was being emotionally manipulated by a guy who curiously kept his mouth shut when Bibi lied. You knew, if you were really his close friend and pastor, how he was feeling about Bibi Netanyahu. You knew, if you were his close friend and pastor, exactly the names of everybody who was intimidating him and how poorly they are misrepresenting the things that he believed. So why don't you focus on being more honest as a pastor and giving as much information as you can possibly provide so that we can continue this investigation. If you can't do this, I'm going to have to ask for your silence. Okay? Be quiet. I mean that. Nobody is going to stop me from investigating what happened to Charlie Kirk. Because it feels to me, okay, this is a conspiracy, a low-level conspiracy, which means that there's going to be somebody else, maybe somebody close to Charlie that could be involved in this, right? And when I am satisfied that there is no conspiracy, I will communicate that. But at the moment, no. I am feeling the exact opposite. I don't trust anybody. There's a lot more information that I wish I could share, but I'm going to tell you guys, it's going to get uglier. And these absolute demons are trying to justify saying you should investigate until the funeral, until the state funeral, until, as I have heard, people are trying to buy their way, okay? I've given this much money. I want to say some remarks about Charlie Kirk, okay? Stop. Just stop. A real friend would investigate someone's murder, and they would not stop. They felt good about the resolution and the instructions that they were given. And I'll let you know.
Back on station. Good work.
Before I get to your comments and see what you guys are thinking about all of this, I want to remind you about the wellness company, because you may have, if you didn't know, then you should, that methylene blue being sold online is the same grade that is used in Watch out for low-quality bottles that are untested for heavy metals and made overseas. You can, however, trust the wellness company's Recharge, which is a doctor-formulated supplement combining powdered methylene blue with NAD+ and PQQ. This methylene blue is USP grade, ensuring top-tier purity for maximum safety and effectiveness. This is not the sketchy stuff that you will find on Amazon. Recharge is formulated with research-backed ingredients to optimize brain function and cellular repair while supporting clean, lasting energy. You can tap into cognitive and metabolic support that helps you stay energized, focused, and resilient all day long. Choose a trusted formula made for your body, not for fish tanks. Feel the difference with enhanced mental clarity, sustained energy, sharper focus, and protection against cognitive decline. And no, it won't turn your phone down. TWC.health/free shipping. Again, that is twc.health/Candace, and use code Candace to get 15% off plus free shipping. Also remind you guys about American financing, because if you have been living on credit cards, groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are brutal. Why keep paying 20% or more to the banks when you can instead American financing? They have mortgage rates that are in the 5s right now, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of their hard-earned money in their pocket out of the hands of credit card companies. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their home equity to wipe out high-interest debt with no upfront fees, no obligation, and just a 10-minute phone call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, putting even more cash in your hands right away. So don't wait. Call American Financing now. The number is 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens, AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Also, remind you guys about 7 Weeks Coffee, because it is America's pro-life coffee company. They are on a mission to fund the pro-life movement 1 cup of coffee at a time. They just hit an amazing milestone, by the way, over $1 million donated to the pro-life movement. And we know why they're called 7 Weeks Coffee. It's because at 7 weeks, a baby is the size of a coffee bean, and it's also the same time a heartbeat is clearly detected on an ultrasound. That's why they donate 10% of every sale to support pregnancy care centers across all 50 states, providing life-saving ultrasounds, resources for moms in need, and real hope for families. And it all started with one simple idea: using your morning coffee to stand for life. 7 Weeks Coffee is more than a great tasting coffee. It is mold-free, pesticide-free, shade-grown, low acid, and it's organically farmed. It checks all the boxes. So go to 7weekscoffee.com and save 15% forever when you subscribe and get a free gift plus exclusive your first order. That's a 20% order will directly help to bring pro-life organizations across the U.S. Visit 7weekscoffee.com with promo code Candace today. All right, guys, what is on your mind? Tell me what's on all of your minds, and also what you think about this.
Enemy soldier incoming.
For people, it's just a moment that I have right now, and like I said, the feds could easily prove that that's not true. You have the footage. You must have the footage of him walking back to his car after he's in the maroon. Caitlin writes, Candace, you're a force to be reckoned with. Thank God Charlie has you on his side. God bless Charlie Kirk and his family. God bless you, Candace Owens, and your family. God bless America. Keep Charlie's legacy alive. I know that Charlie made it to heaven, and I think he's watching. I think he is looking down, knowing that, like his wife said, evildoers have done some things, and I'm gonna keep fighting until we learn the truth. I don't care what he says. You know what he didn't care? Like, I people in politics a while ago because I didn't have the thing that Charlie had, the patience to deal with people that are backstabbers and liars and pressure. I was like literally, I would burn it all down and rebuild. Okay, that's why they hate me. That's exactly why they hate me, because they don't have any ownership over me. They can't fire me. That's it. The person that can fire me is my husband. And I don't think he's going to fire me. I hope not. Geraldine Padilla writes, never surrender, fight for Charlie and fight for freedom. We will. Mia writes, what do you do when a person has such high morals they will never do anything that you can use to blackmail them, and they won't take your money to say lies? Charlie Kirk couldn't be brought to the lies why they took him back.
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, scripting. And the amazing thing is that it does all this while still being easy to use. It's magical. Just this clean, intuitive UI where everything is where it's supposed to be and does what it's meant to do. Sorry, I get emotional. Not to mention, with predictive alerts, you solve real IT issues before they become IT problems.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of how awesome I am at fixing your computer.
And with advanced reporting and analytics, management can finally understand why I'm the real MVP.
Watch the skies.
Also, per technician instead of per device pricing, that saves us 50% of our IT costs and makes me the new company hero.
Mines show up. Real heroes make sense.
Maybe you're not buying this, and that's fine, because you don't have to buy anything. You can try it out right now for free. Set up as a breeze. Just hit the link and try the thing. It's glorious. Atera, it's what IT ought to be.
Accept cookies. Cookies accepted.
Guys, you can now generate videos directly from ChatGPT. So you might have seen that ChatGPT released GPTs, which allows people to integrate their product into the tool for a more streamlined AI experience. And thanks to our amazing team at Veed, we're happy to present you Video GPT by Veed. How it works is you simply describe to the tool in text what video you would like to make, and Video GPT will do the rest, as it will automatically generate a fully edited video for you, completely based on your prompts. And what's really cool is that it even comes with a fully fledged video editor in which you're able to tweak every single element you see in your AI-generated video to further make it to your liking. Hey everyone, my name is Tim, and today I'm going to show you how you can turn text to video in seconds using Video GPT. To get started, you can head over to veed.io/videogpt or click on the first link in the description. Oh, and in order to use GPTs, make sure you have a Plus account on the website. So I've got my Video GPT opened and I'm ready to describe the video that I want to make. To get started, we're gonna click on the button that says let's create a video. As you can see, it instantly starts interacting and it asks me to share what the theme or topic is for the video. Now you can put any video idea down that you want to generate. You can think of a history video about the Eiffel Tower, or an onboarding video for business employees, or how about a skateboard tutorial how to do an ollie. In short, feel free to get creative. In my case, I'm gonna make a beginner's guide to meditation video, so I'm gonna simply type it out and submit it. As a response, I see that Video GPT likes my idea and it dives a little bit deeper into the specifics of this video, such as what the target audience, key points and visuals would be. So what I do is simply answer the questions and give it the directions it needs to craft a video I have in mind with precision. Next, it gives me a nice concept outline of my video that's about to be generated based on all the input I gave it. Just know you can always ask to change, add or remove specifics by expressing it to the tool. However, if it aligns with your vision, you can type and submit the word continue, which will initiate the process of generating your video. And that's it. After just a simple text conversation, Video GPT generated a fully edited video for me. Now when I click on the video, it opens as an editable video project from Veed, in which I can watch my AI generated video.
Themselves can be a challenge, but meditation is here to help. Start by finding a quiet place, get comfortable and take a deep breath.
From here, I can choose to instantly export the video, or, and that's what I'm gonna do, make a few tweaks in this editor. For instance, I just want to replace this clip it assembled for me. Very easy, I just simply right-click on the layer in the bottom timeline and replace the footage by uploading my own footage or using Veed's built-in video stock library. I'm gonna use the library and search and find another meditation-related clip, which will instantly replace it for the existing clip. Super easy, and as you see, this editor comes with more helpful tools to adjust anything in this video in just a few clicks. For example, you can use the bottom timeline to trim or reposition the files by clicking and dragging the layers, or I can even change the voiceover of my video by clicking on the voiceover layer and adjusting the script or changing the AI voice. And what I really like here is that Veed's editor has a voice clone option. I can regenerate the entire voiceover in my cloned voice while it narrates the script that VideoGPT made for me.
Embrace the present moment, practicing mindfulness. Remember, it's okay if your mind wanders.
Additionally, you can use the options in the sidebar menus to further spice up your video with animated stickers, icons, audio visualizers, text, animated subtitles, and much more. As you see, this editor makes it very convenient to take your AI-generated video to the next level before exporting it to done in the right top corner, so you can easily download and share the video for the world to see. So VideoGPT is out now, you can try it out for yourself.
Huge donation. So thank you, Nat, for that. And also to other people that have gone onto our website and bought a hat or a t-shirt. That has been amazing to support us, because that's it. That's who I am funded by. That is the big, you know, they say I'm funded by Qatar and Saudi Arabia. I mean, they make up things every week. I'm literally funded by the people that are watching this right now. You guys, when you buy gear, when you sign up, if you're a part of my book club, that's who funds me. It is the people. JJ Bullard writes, if you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Amen. Alan Paulson writes, thank God for you, Candace. I really am grateful for your shining a light on this federal corruption. I pray for justice for Charlie. I do. I pray for it, and I work every day toward it. And like I said, there's nobody that has the capacity to get me to shut up about this except for Erica Kirk and my husband. So don't plead to his pastor. Don't plead to people that work at Turning Point, many of them who have been coming forward and saying something weird is going on. And I'm trying to figure out how to present that to the public. If you want to make a plea, those are the only people that I will answer to. And I've got a feeling